Evening all. And yes, the camera is working. Trust we're all well. Just been doing my usual pre-stream rush around. Grabbing drinks, brushing hair, that sort of thing. Yeah, it just needed completely unplugging, computer rebooting, all plugging back in again, and magically it works. So I don't know what was actually wrong with it, but it's working now, that's the main thing. Right, so let's jump straight into it, shall we? So over the past few days, I've been working on optimizations because I really want to try and reduce frame times a bit for VR. So if I just hop onto CDEC here a minute and we load up some of the interior. Just about do it. And then we turn on one of our optimization view modes. So our shader complexity was all over the place. And what this does is this basically shows you how heavy the shaders are to run on the GPU. So obviously red is bad and green is good. And there's a sliding spectrum of how bad is bad. You'll notice that the glass on the stairwell is extremely bad because it uses thin film transparency to give it really nice sort of tinting of the light as it passes through it. So that's always going to be really heavy. All the red bits in the ceilings are how we do lighting on the ceilings. Obviously the main light shines downward, but there's no light shining upward. So without real-time GI, the ceilings would just be black. So we have like a fake solution for the ceilings, but it does require the use of a transparent box, which, you know, if you put the camera up into it, you can see makes the rendering awful. Fortunately, the camera never goes up there, so we should be able to get away with it. But yeah, so a lot of this geometry was various shades of red before I started optimizing. Like the lettering on the panels was bright red, and now it's all nice and green. So like shader optimization wise, we've really made some progress, which is nice. And yeah, the stairwell is still the heaviest region of the ship to render. Well, that and the B-deck lounge. Simply because of how much transparency there is and all the various lights at different angles, and like this box here that we're using to light various bits. There's just loads of different parts of it which are really stupidly heavy. Plus you've got lights that are visible on different decks. But generally speaking, other than the lights, which obviously are red, all the actual materials we're using are now good. The other visibility view mode is light complexity, and this is what's really hurting. So if I go down into the corridor, you can see that our light complexity is absolutely through the roof. It's mad crazy bad, which is kind of unavoidable because it's a starship and it's full of lights, and you kind of can't avoid the fact that it's full of lights. So when it comes to, you know, lighting the environment, we cannot get away with not having this many lights. So yeah, our lighting cost is absolutely huge. So I've been trying to do something about that. To be honest, there's not a lot I can do about that, but I'm trying various things to try and reduce the load on that. But yeah, at least when it comes to shader complexity, we are in a really good place, which is nice. There aren't any shaders other than the glass windows that are bad. I mean, even our crazy tessellated carpeting is not too bad. And as you can see, all the plants are good too. The other thing I've done is I've enabled virtual textures. So whereas before we were just using plain old mip mapping, now textures are streamed based on their area on screen. So the way I understand that it works is if you can only see, like, let's say a floor panel there, or even better, a plant. So if you can only see half the plant, and say that one texture covered the whole plant, it's only streaming part of that texture. So it keeps VRAM usage down because it's not streaming any part of the texture that isn't actually needed right now. And it also streams from different MIP levels depending on how far away, or rather how much screen percentage that object takes up. So that plant there, as we move away from it, it should be streaming lower and lower MIP levels, which is taking up less and less space in VRAM. So I'm hoping that we can significantly reduce our VRAM footprint to be able to support lower end GPUs. I've been testing this on a 1050 Ti, and I'm getting around about 30 FPS with a 75% render scale at 1080p, which isn't terrible. I mean, that's kind of our minimum spec anyway. So it's flaky 30 FPS. It's not like a solid 30 FPS. It's kind of flaky. Like in certain parts of the ship, certainly around here, it drops down into the 20s. So I want to get to the point where that 1050 Ti can have a solid 30 FPS absolutely everywhere on the ship, regardless of what's going on. And I think I'd be happy to say that that's done in terms of our optimization targets. So we're nearly there. But yeah, so this should certainly help. The 1050 Ti is a 4GB card, and it's reporting around about 500 meg over the 4GB when it comes to the texture streaming. So hopefully converting everything to virtual textures will solve that problem and significantly reduce that VRAM usage. It's going to be especially good for planets. So like when you're like mostly with the Sol planets in particular, they're all 8K textures. So when you're looking at Earth, for example, it's loading that entire 8K texture into VRAM, when you're only looking at half the planet, because you obviously can't see the backside of the planet. So with virtual textures, it won't load the second half of the texture, the bit you can't see. So hopefully that will be good as well. So yeah, that's what I've been doing over the past few days. Yes, we can't bake our lighting because everything is dynamic aboard the ship. Like all these lights can be turned off, so we can't bake anything. We also can't make them stationary because there's too many overlapping lights. The only thing we can do is if we turn lumen on, then we no longer need physical lights for a lot of the corridors. So the actual emissive textures themselves will cast light into the global illumination, or the lighting cache, or irradiance cache, I think it's called. But there are limits to that. So with an actual proper physicalized light, it's always there, and you can zoom the camera out loads, and it remains stable and consistent. If you're just relying on emissive surfaces, then it sometimes just loses the input from that light. So you're like walk around the corridor like this, and all of a sudden it's all dark because the irradiance cache hasn't cached that texture yet, so it doesn't know that there should be light there. So as much as it makes the lighting essentially free because there are no physical lights involved, it's not without its issues. So yeah, we have to be careful with what we do with that. Mega lights doesn't appear to help, and I'm assuming the reason for that is because none of these lights are casting shadows anyway. I think the benefit of megalights is that we can make them cast shadows and have them cost no more. So there is that. So visually it will look nicer. So like, take this corridor here for example. If we open up that asset, of course it's opening it on random screens. So if we go onto our main light and we have that cast shadows, make sure it's injecting into Lumen. Interestingly, they should have already been tipped. So make sure I do that. So we want to make sure that cast ray traced shadows is enabled because that is required by megalights. They can be defaulted anyway. Those can be defaulted. Right, so that's now casting shadows into the scene. And as you can see, immediately we start to have more detail. So the lights are casting shadows on the handrails and that sort of thing. It's probably a bad example to do it on really because it's just a flat corridor. But if we can turn shadows on for all of the lights, then not only will it give you a more solid scene with actual shadows, but it will also stop the lights from casting through the wall. Right now, they do cast through the wall, like this one here will be casting light ever so slightly on this side of the wall because there's no shadows being cast. I've set the fall off of each light, the attenuation radius, as small as I can to minimize that as much as I can, but again, the cost of turning shadows on for all of these lights would completely kill the frame rate, unless megalights makes that no longer an issue. But for now, we shall turn cast shadows off. Yeah, so I'm on an optimization quest at the moment, which is something I enjoy doing. I love optimizing things and seeing things turn green on shader complexity and that sort of thing. It's I don't know, it's very zen to go through and optimize stuff. That's already the case, Tremblain. So all of these lighting panels actually have they have this child actor, and that's the NPC fixable location. So what that does is we grab a light randomly, grab our child actor, not sure where they're located at the moment. There. Yeah, so what this is the location that the NPC has to stand in order to fix that lighting panel, and all of that's already done within the code. So on a test build a couple of years back, we actually had the NPCs coming along and fixing all the broken lights, and all that code and that setup is still there. The reason we removed it is because right now we don't have a means of actually breaking those lights. We don't have a gun or anything that you can use within the game. Once we add a firearm of some kind back, then everything will be breakable, from the wall panels to the lights and everything. Even the floor panels can be smashed up. And then the NPCs will come along and dutifully fix them for you, whilst shaking their head in dismay at things constantly being broken. Yeah, they did their fixing their light dance. We didn't have an animation that was suitable, so we just had them kind of flailing their arms in the air like mad people. Yeah, absolutely. So random failures, wear and tear, all that will be a factor. Wear and tear is going to be one of the bigger ones. So everything on the ship, every component will wear out over time. And the quality of the item, and quality will be one of the stats on pipes, cables, machinery, that sort of thing. The higher the quality of the item, the slower it will wear out. And then every time you repair it, you reduce that quality value. So the more times you repair something, the more quicker it's going to break through natural wear and tear, until you kind of, cross that red line where it's no longer like effective to repair it. You may as well replace it because you know that fix isn't going to last very long. That's kind of one of the things we have planned for the engineering gameplay. But yeah, so through normal operation of the ship, things will wear out, and going around and performing routine maintenance on things will be one of the engineering tasks that gets raised. So as an item loses quality or loses health, once it reaches a certain threshold, say 50%, then that will trigger a task for an NPC to go and fix it, or you as the player if you pick that task up. Right then. So what we were planning for this evening is more work on the Caravella. Not so much the tools, Woodland, but character, personal experience. So we're going to have passive skill levels for each department aboard the vessel. So if you're an engineer, then your passive ability in engineering just goes up gradually over time. So the more engineering you do, the more naturally skilled you become as an engineer. And that will affect things like the quality loss when you repair something. So a highly experienced engineer will have less of a quality impact when repairing an item versus someone who's just started out with engineering. It's just a way of just, I guess, rewarding time spent in the role without putting any gates in for you can't be an engineer because you're not experienced. So anyone can be an engineer, anyone can pick up a tool and fix something, but dedicated engineers are naturally going to be better at it. Yeah, that won't be implemented anytime soon. Thank you, Chris. We certainly will. Right. So, on the last Caravella stream, we were working on this section here. And after the stream, I actually chopped up this bit because I wanted to try and line up the edge of this wall. So where we're at with it is we've got this bit underneath here, which is going to be the fuel and coolant tanks for the RCS thrusters. We've got our kind of maintenance corridor that snakes its way around everything. We need to fit in the steps that go down there to access the hardware here. And then the same at this end. We're good for our top section, so if we just turn off that and that. This is where we're at with the internal layout. Just kind of need to match that against our existing template that we're building. Kind of overestimated the size of these when I was roughing it out, so they need to be made slightly smaller. And then we need to build the access through to that part of the ship from there, and then cut out the remaining block parts here, and I guess there as well. We unhide that a minute. I think we had decided to join all that into one piece. The issue we were having with the ring attachment point and the support brackets for the ring was making it so that that's one piece. So specifically this bit. So we wanted this to be one solid lump for structural integrity reasons. So that's the main bracing for the pylon. Obviously, we will build out the internals of this so it's not quite so snugly fitting the outer hull. So we need to build staircases going through there and through there, and staircase aside, most of this will just be solid framework. And then we'll cut our shuttle bay, or cargo bay in that case, into that space. So that's the cut line through there. That means the back half, or the back section of the shuttle bay is basically going to have a join line through it. And then the whole back section could probably just be one piece in its own right. Ah yes, the old SketchUp versus Blender thing. Yeah, it's quite simple. If you're doing organic modeling, or you're making game assets generally, then you want to be using Blender. But for the ArchViz work that I do, and all the architectural stuff, it's just better to use architectural software which is designed for that. So I'm going to have to cut that through there because I'll just copy that over a minute. Yeah, so I'm going to have to make that one solid piece, which means we need a slice through the middle of there. I guess that also then needs to be one solid piece, as does that bit underneath. Just want to get all of our various sections sliced out so that we can define all of our framework boundaries, and that kind of is the final step in the process before we can start exporting it to Unreal. So we'll dump the middle bit for now. Let's get rid of these edges first, otherwise it's going to cause us an issue. where I lost that bit too. Okay. No, we don't have a Mac build, and we'll likely never have a Mac build because we don't have any Mac developers. But we are talking to GeForce Now, and hopefully it'll be on GeForce Now as soon as all that's sorted out. We have actually already signed the paperwork for it, so we're just waiting on GeForce Now in order to set all that up. So you'll be able to play it on a Mac via GeForce Now, but probably not natively at any point. But yeah, so spec wise, so I was talking about this earlier, so I'm testing it on a 1050 Ti, and that's getting a semi-unstable 30 FPS depending on where you are on the ship. It's anywhere from 20 to 30. Something like a 3050, you're going to get a constant 60 FPS. So we're definitely recommending at least a hardware ray tracing capable card, because a lot of the newer tech requires that. Things like the Megalights in Unreal Engine requires that it has a ray tracing capable card. So something like a 3050 is probably a realistic minimum spec if you want to be playing at 60 FPS. But yeah, we have a demo on Steam, so if in doubt, go and try the demo. It's free. Fair point. It's a slightly awkward cut point there, but I'll stick with that for now, but we might need to just maybe bring that cut line up and over just to make it a little bit more sensible. Similar with that, although something's not quite right there, because yeah, why is that all the way down there? just want to make sure I've got cut points exactly in the middle between decks. That one, yeah, so that, the fact that those two surfaces are fighting like that means that that's perfectly aligned, which is what we're looking for. Which means that that would become the edge of the next framework block, which kind of just screws onto the top of it, welds onto the top of it rather. And then that should be exactly 0 from there, which it is. Okay, we're in the right place. I think I'll keep that section that way because it doesn't need to be lined with these ones, and then just have that as a solid piece on top. So that just needs to join up. Okay, so we've got one piece there, piece there, that one. Okay, so let's intersect those a bit. That's a separate piece, and so is that. You also need to cut that one there. And then that needs to join with this one, just to be awkward. Okay, so that can be a solid piece, that will be a solid piece, as will that. So that and that needs splitting, and then that's a solid piece. So that means we need a vertical plane, which goes from do it over here so we're not overlapping anything. So it needs to come down as far as only there, to be honest. Yeah, we've had issues with AMD cards really from day one with various different things. Like I remember back in the day, like when we first started out, AMD cards would render giant black lines across the star field outside the window. And then just, over the years, every time we have an issue, it seems to be AMD specific. So let's just say I'm not a fan of AMD cards. They always cause me problems. AMD CPUs, on the other hand, different kettle of fish altogether. Come on, SketchUp, you can do it. That was sort of expected. Because of the Z fighting we had there, it's gonna mess it up. Okay, that bit's good. That bit's good. That. Kind of works as a top bit. All needs fixing, so we'll fix that in a minute. They're going to need separating. Hey, Binary. Yeah, it's having issues right now. Something here is smoother than it should be. I see what's going on. Remove all the bits that don't connect up to there. So as always, the issue with basically slicing through existing geometry is that you're slicing through triangulation, which means you have a cut line through here like this, which is cutting through all of that existing geometry, which is creating all kinds of like weird little polygons here and there. So all of that is going to need smoothing off and fixing. Easiest way so that's lower down than that. So what's the height on this versus there? Negligible. Okay. Recut that in a sec. So if we grab that geometry as a separate object, that separate objects, what I'll do is I'll raise that edge up so that it's at the floor height. So we know that the floor height is there. So that's kind of our point that the shuttle bay floor needs to be at. Just park that there for a minute. It's about 1 millimeter off of the height that we need it to be at. That one is less than a millimeter. So what I'll do is I will take it back to there. And we'll raise those vertices up to match that floor height. Doing this and try not to delete anything underneath because it's less easy to restore. Okay. Get rid of all of that. That. So I'm just raising these vertices up now to be equal to that floor height. And they're literally like 1 millimeter off. It's absolutely negligible, but they won't be co-planar unless I do that, so it means they won't join. See, that's a fully co-planar edge now, which means it's going to result in cleaner geometry when we're all said and done. Something weird going on there. This is one of those annoying fiddly jobs, which is a part of the cleanup work from intersecting stuff. Just joining those edges to make sure that it is indeed coplanar. Potentially, yeah. I think the Starship launch is due to take place about half an hour after the stream, so we'll see. I think SpaceX were due to give some kind of a statement about 2 hours from now. They're probably waiting on weather constraints or something. But yeah, if it doesn't launch too late after the stream, then I will happily stay on stream and watch it, because that would be fun. This is post-sub-D geometry, which I've sliced through, so we've got basically some dodgy edges, which are the result of cutting through it. So I'm just fixing that. Gives us much nicer edges. There is actually a make coplanar button, but I find that it always makes it coplanar at a weird angle. So I want it to be coplanar in the Z direction. I don't think that went then. I'll try and blend that down into there a bit so that it's coming, so the slope comes to a smooth curve perpendicular to that edge, so that we don't have any weird overlaps. Again, thanks to the subdivision, it's kind of it's lost that edge a little bit. Probably easier if I just recut that slightly. I'll do that on both sides. Tend to do with these is I find the midpoint like that, and then when we move that edge, we can just blend it in. Although that only works if it actually snaps to that vertex, which is not going to, because it's going to fight me. Come on, snap. Almost got it. There we go. lot of this is going to need some additional work anyway, so once we start adding the door and the door frame, a lot more of this will be blended in more and will have more detail added to it. For the sake of lining things up, I will just add that wall back in there. I was hoping, perhaps foolishly, that would be a nice co-planar edge there. Is up to that point. How far do we have to go before longer co-planar? Yeah. Right, let's just sketch up being sketch up. I believe we went with a 4-meter door. So we need to have a look at the door cavity and then how into the framework the door cavity can go before obviously we run out of room, because it can only slide over so far before we start exiting the hull. So that gives us 1.5 meters to there. Obviously we want to take into account the thickness of that, so if we go 150 to there, that is just measuring that to the middle, 730. Make sure I've got the exact middle. So we round that up to a nice round number. That's 7.3 meters of clearance there. And then the halfway point there, which means the door can be 3.65 meters. 4 meters would be there. So we could perhaps have them stick out a little bit. So again, that's the absolute outer limit that the door can open. which would be there. There. Which means the shuttle can be no more than 6.6 meters wide to fit through the door. Yes, we can actually have concertinaing doors. Well, yeah, doors that slide into their own cavity. We can definitely do that. So we could have something like do that. We could have something like that, so that the door kind of concertinas inside itself. Telescopes, is it telescoping? Yeah, a telescopic door. Yeah, that would probably work better. Yeah, then they can open a lot wider then. Why we do these streams. It's so that people can shout out when they've got an idea. Yeah, so we would build the door track into there. Guessing if we make that 40, because that's kind of the wall cavities we have anyway, although I suppose really it should be 50 to match the rest of the outer wall cavities. So these framework pieces here to make the outer cavity are all 0.5 meter wide, so ideally we should have the same consistency where the door goes. So if that's the extent of the outer wall, then the middle of the door would go there, and then we just have see the cavity going around that. And then we'll build our telescoping door into that cavity. So there's enough room there that we could go maybe 3 sections. I think 3 would work well. Reminds me of a scene from one of the Star Wars films. I think it might be episode 3. See if I can find it. I found the scene, but it misses out the one bit I want. Found it. Hope I don't get a copyright strike or anything. I'll keep the volume off. Basically this scene here, so you can see the door kind of sweeps across. Although that door seems to have like 20 sections. But yeah, like that. So I think 3 sections per side would be more than enough. Yeah, well, the way we had it on the original Magellan doors is the emitter for the kind of the shield that keeps the air in was actually on the leading edge of the door. So as the doors open, it's kind of stretching the field between them. Yeah, we could do it vertically, but we have more freedom in terms of space, potentially horizontally. Obviously, we do want them to be quite tall, so the doors need to be probably more like that big, so yeah, we'll see, I guess, actually, because vertically might work. Just line that up with that in a minute. Yeah, I certainly I prefer horizontal over vertical. But we'll make the final call on that once we actually do the shuttle bay. Explode that into its layers a minute. Right, so we've got deck 1 frame walls, and then we can turn that off. That bit needs to join that bit. And then we can fix all of that. So just join those back up. So that's deck 2 frame top. Deck 2 frame walls. Needs to be a separate group. going to have to do some tactical cutting through there, because obviously we've got the outer sheet metal, perhaps the ship, but we've also got the upper sheet metal that forms the deck flooring, the deck plating, and that is at the same height as this. So what we might have to do is just kind of cut a hole out from there, and then the deck plating just kind of slots into it. It's probably the cleanest way of organizing that. Get rid of that now. Component these up and then copy them over. If you're wondering why I've duplicated everything, it's because this is what is going to get exported, which is kind of aligned to the world origin, and this is kind of where we work on it. It's nice to be able to work on each piece in isolation, where it's not being buried in amongst all the rest of the geometry. Already got that bit, so I just need to get across that bit, make it a component, copy it over. Now we've got our various sort of extents done, we can start continuing the interior walls. So we've got that corridor there, that room there. So actually, it might be worth us just copying that into that section so that we've got a copy of it over here, and then we know where our lines need to go. Yeah, so this is the slightly awkward bit here because we're extending the shuttle bay between two framework blocks. So our cut line is down there. And the shuttle bay ever so slightly kind of overhangs into it, but I don't think that's the end of the world structurally. Should be left with exactly 5 centimeters here, which we are, which means it's all lined up properly. Always nice when it gets lined up all on its own. Just grab a copy of the door frame, and then that can go. Okay, so that's the main crew entrance into the shuttle bay. And then that's the crew access corridor, basically the whole ship. Let's come out 5 there. As that one. This side. So 5. Let's do that one. Again, this is now defining the cavity under the deck that we can put our utilities in. Sort of a NASI. So what you'll be doing as the captain is, rather than ordering individual crew members around, you'll be setting overall objectives. So like, one of the things we'll be doing in patch 227 is I want to start doing more in the way of ship-wide objectives. So the first thing we'll be adding is explore this star system. So when you when you speak to an NPC on the bridge, rather than just yourself saying, right, now go to this planet, and now go to this one, and now go to this one, you'll say to them, explore this star system. And that command is relevant for both the helm and the sensors NPC. So they will sort of dutifully go about their job until they have explored the entire star system. Just turning the music down a bit. Is that any better? Don't know why that suddenly got really loud. But yeah, so the idea is that I can turn it down more if you want. Yeah, so you set bridge objectives. So another one's going to be look for an Earth-like candidate. So you'll turn to face the sensors guy and you'll say, right, search for an Earth-like candidate, and then you can go off and do something else. And that sensors NPC will dutifully sit there doing long-range scans until they come across a rocky body within the habitable zone, at which point, you know, that's a potential Earth-like candidate, so they'll then contact the captain by way of like a ship-wide hail or something, and just say, you know, essentially job complete, waiting for further orders. So you'd go to the bridge, you'd say, right, you know, fly and explore that star system, and then they'll go through the process of working with the helms guy to go to each planet in turn and doing those short-range scans to fully explore that system. So while they're doing that, you can wander off again and do something else. There's definitely a balancing act between not making it so the captain has nothing to do, because obviously once you issue that command to the bridge crew and they're busily getting on with it, like, what's the captain actually doing? We don't want you to be sat there just twiddling your thumbs. Patch 227, so working on 226 right now, and as soon as that goes out, we'll be immediately moving on to NPCs. Yeah, we'll build up those systems as we build out the game. So when it comes to having a ship-wide order or like a ship-wide state condition, things like flight ready, cold and dark, those will be states for the vessel that the captain will set. So obviously that's more relevant for engineering, but you can turn to the engineering person on the bridge and say, set ship flight ready or set ship cold and dark, and then that filters down to the engineering crew, and then the engineering NPC crew will already know what things need to be turned on and what things need to be turned off in order to meet that objective. So they'll go around and switch any switches that are not in the right condition to match that profile that you've set. So we'll have lots and lots of different kind of predefined ship states that you can tell the engineering crew to go and set the ship in that state. So then if you follow around after them and start switching all the switches into the wrong settings, they'll come round after you and switch them back again, depending on what the current profile is. Yeah. Yeah, so if obviously the act of exploring a star system can be quite dull, just going from planet to planet, just running your short range scans. So we want the NPCs to take care of the bulk of that grunt work for you, which means you're free to just go and do other things. But if the NPC crew come across something of interest whilst they're exploring, like they're scanning a planet and that planet has life, then they need to basically stop what they're doing and wait for the captain to come and issue different commands. So we want there to be breakpoints in that as well. So the system's going to be quite involved. Yeah, when it comes to things like micrometeorites, that'll be more relevant when it comes to like flying around planetary rings. So most games, and indeed film and TV, have planetary rings completely wrong. Like, planetary rings aren't full of giant boulders; they're mostly just dust. And we kind of want to pick a middle ground with that. Like, we don't want to make them boring, because a planetary ring should be interesting to fly around. But if it's literally just dust particles, then you're literally just flying through haze. So we need like a scattering of larger objects within that ring. So it's not going to be like Elite Dangerous where you're literally flying around boulders. It's going to be more realistic than that. But micrometeorites are kind of relevant to that. So we want to make it so that we have a particle system, so that as the ship is flying through a planetary ring, there's like a wake behind the ship, and you can actually see the particles parting, as you're flying through them, which will be a localized effect, kind of just localized around the ship, but it should make that kind of thing look quite cool. What with sharp edges? Yeah, the problem with having like a giant glacier-sized object within a planetary ring is it would immediately start eating the ring, because all of the matter within the ring would coalesce onto that object, and then you'd have a gap in the ring with what is essentially a moon. So that that glacier-sized object becomes a moon with its own like clearance track around the ring. So that's the kind of thing we want to do, where if there's a large object within the ring, then the ring has a gap where that large object is, because obviously it's hoovered up all the dust, on its orbit. Yeah, I'm not sure how big Saturn's ring object is, because Saturn does have a moon within its ring. Oh yeah, Daphnis, that's it. Yeah, so check this out. So I think this is like really, really cool. And there are some, I think that's actually a real photo. Hang on. Yeah, it is. So, where you have a large object within a planetary ring, it messes up that ring and obviously clears its orbit around the ring. So you can't have a ring which is made of large, like house-size objects, because they'll all just start coalescing and clumping together. I love that photo, it's really cool. I think so. I think like Jupiter, Saturn's got loads of moons. Oh right, yeah, we won't have micrometeorites, between planets in interplanetary space, because mostly the ship's going to be moving so quickly that there just won't be a chance to interact with anything like that. That said, we will have asteroid-sized objects spawning dynamically around star systems. So one of the things we want to do is we're going to split star systems into a grid, much like we do with the galaxy. And then as you fly through those grid points, again, the same as the galaxy, it'll be spawning objects around the ship, which will be showing up on the short-range sensors. So you can literally stumble across something just by happening to be near it, which I think would be quite cool, because those are things which won't normally show up on the sensors unless you just happen to be near them, which means we can have either an interesting rock or maybe a completely dead alien ship, which is just like a lump of inert hull floating through space. So it's not showing up with an energy signature or anything, but it will be there on the short-range sensors if you happen to fly past it. Giving the player more reason to actually explore star systems. I don't really have time to read, David. I spend like literally every waking hour working, so I just don't have time for just sitting and reading. When I do read, it tends to be the likes of Terry Pratchett, so I guess I focus more on fantasy than sci-fi. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last book I read. I think a reread of Lord of the Rings was literally the last thing I read, and that was years ago. Yeah, all the planets will have dwarf planets. All the systems will have dwarf planets. Technically, they can spawn now. They're just either not, or they're so rare that no one's coming across them. Yeah, I grew up reading Terry Pratchett, and he lived down the road from me, which was very cool. He's one of the gems of Somerset. In fact, and I found this weird myself, and it was kind of unexpected. Like the only person that I actually felt emotional over dying that wasn't a family member was Terry Pratchett. Like, I loved his work so much, and he was such a big part of my childhood. And when Terry Pratchett eventually died, I had genuine emotion over that. And yeah, that was kind of unexpected. Yeah, Claire can one-up me on that. Yes, I have a signed book. I didn't sit down and have a drink with him like Claire, though. That's more's the pity. But I used to live literally just round the corner from him. He used to drink in a local pub in Axbridge, near Cheddar. If you know Somerset in the UK, it's just up the road from Cheddar Gorge, where the cheese comes from. And yeah, he used to drink in that pub, but never had the pleasure. Why is this not forming a face? That is the age-old question, Andrew. It gets asked every stream. And the really short answer is because I'm doing ArchViz work. there like that. I haven't, sadly, David, no. It's true, Delta, we do. I'm just looking at this and wondering whether I can widen the shuttle bay at all. Because if I have the stairs coming down from there instead, and I can widen the shuttle bay through there, because it's not going to get in the way of the RCS hardware. Although, that is where we have stairs going down for that hardware, so perhaps I can't. Unless we were to make that shorter, maybe. Let's get our floor height sorted a minute. So we know that the maintenance tunnel is going to be that high deck-wise. So we know that the access to it's coming from the deck above. So can we extend the shuttle bay outward? Because if we can, that would be really useful for shuttle storage. Not to mention moving the stairwell down into the cargo hold underneath. Let's take a copy of... Actually, no, let's grab that. Pop that in there. The maximum practical extent would be there for the wide bit. And then we could just have that angle around there. Just have the rear section of the shuttle bay be larger. So we could have shuttle storage either side, leaving enough room for a landing strip in the middle, which could be good. It's just sort of rationalizing what's happening over on this side. Yeah, so things like shuttle maintenance and 3D printing additional shuttles, because we need, I guess we need a couple of bays, and whilst a shuttle is in the bay, we can use the equipment for repair. And if you lose that shuttle, then you can use the ship's resources to 3D print another one. But then we need that kind of bay available in order to do that. Yeah, so SketchUp can export FBX files, so we just export an FBX. None of the textures or UVs or face weighting or anything like that is done in SketchUp. I do all of that in Unreal. Well, except, funny enough, in 5.6 they broke some of that, so it actually mangles the texture groups if you try and do the face weighting, but hopefully they'll fix that soon. I may have to run the mesh through Blender to do all the face weighting before putting it into Unreal until they fix it. Christopher, yes, you do raise a good point. And to be honest, yeah, you're right, that corridor is completely redundant, isn't it? I mean, there is sort of a point to it on the deck above, because that's how you get down into these maintenance bits at the edges. Ooh, unless we made that a hatch underneath. Yeah, because up on deck 2, we've got these engineering spaces either side, and they were going to be used for things like life support and water recycling and that sort of thing. And then we're going to take a door down there. But if we're extending the shuttle bay all the way to the back of this wall, yeah, that means we're going to have a bit of an overhang there, which is not the end of the world. Because we can extend the shuttle bay all the way back underneath this. Which could look cool in its own right. Or So I don't particularly want to have engineering access directly from the shuttle bay, because the working plan was to have access from the top here via this gantry. So you'd have a secure engineering door into this engineering corridor at the back. We could have side access, because if we had side access, that would take us basically straight into the section here. And then we would have stairs up. So if we had a door going through to there, then stairs up to there, but then we wouldn't need stairs to this bit, that could just be straight. I'm trying to just visualize in my head what we would do with this upper engineering corridor if we had maintenance access down the bottom. Because it is wasted space right now. It's we don't need to use up all of this space just for some stairs down into the maintenance tunnel. Which means we could lose this bit here and just have doors here instead, because that's already the main engineering stairwell there. So we've already got a break in the room. So we could actually have a door here instead of having a corridor behind it. Let's just get those rooms modeled a second. We'll see where we're at with it. Yeah, so that's the outer wall there. So let's get that stairwell in. So we need those walls there, which we can borrow from the deck below. Right, so that's our stairwell. We've got our join running through there. So let's, again, we'll borrow that. Okay, so that's the reactor room cavity. So the reactor drops straight down into that space. That gives us an engineering room either side, stairwell there. So if we were to get rid of that, let's grab a copy of them. Merge this lot so I can edit them together. Right, so that's our frame join going down there. Right, so that would extend the shuttle bay all the way back to there. This makes it a pretty huge space. Then that engineering corridor will serve these rooms. In fact, that has to come in a bit. We've got the right size for that because it's slightly awkwardly shaped. Ooh, almost nailed it. So it should be 5 centimeters that way. Oh, it's about an inch off. Okay, same there. Although to be honest, without having those doors there, this doesn't actually need to be wider. I think it's the only place where we have rear-facing doors. So yeah, that doesn't need to come out that far anymore. Because if we don't have those, we don't have a corridor here. We don't need those doors, and that means that this doesn't need to be this wide. So it's kind of a win-win, really. So that can come into there. And the same with this side. come into there. Right, then we'll cut doors through here. And that becomes perfectly rectangular room there, apart from the slightly curved ceiling on this side and this side. More than enough room for all the water recycling stuff. Keeps our corridor nice and compact, or a stairwell rather. Means we can push the shuttle bay back all the way to the stairwell. And then the only question remaining is, do we or do we not have engineering access from the shuttle bay? I guess my argument for having it would be that if you need to evacuate the ship and you're doing so via shuttles, then you want to be able to get to the shuttle bay from engineering pretty promptly. Okay. So we could actually have an access hatch coming down from in here down into this bit. Again, so that's the floor level of the maintenance tunnel. So we could have like a maintenance hatch there leading down to that. Which means then we don't need access from the shuttle bay there. And that's pretty much already on the level we need for the RCS thrusters and things there, without wasting as much space as we were over on this side, because we're I guess we're saving that amount of space. And to make this space even more interesting, we could actually have some steps going down here. So if we made that into steps within the room, going down to a maintenance hatch, it gives this room a little bit more of a 3D sense to it. I like it when everything's not all on one level. So having a room with kind of split floor levels, it's just, for me at least, I find that more visually appealing. pop the stairwell there. Assuming we've got the same gap either side. So 35 there. 35 there. So we don't need that. Work out whole wall separation a minute. So that takes into account having like a curved base to a wall panel. So we've got 25 centimeters there, 10 centimeter gap. 2-meter walkway and 2-meter wide stairs, so we got more than enough room to add like a balustrade around there. So if I might just grab a copy of this floor. We have an ever so slight mismeasurement there. Camera stuck. That should be finishing over there. So we should have 35 to the bottom step, and then also to there. I have to extend these steps ever so slightly just to fit that gap, because the distance from there to that wall, 2, 4, 5, and there to there. Oh, that's 270. So we want the stairwell to be in the middle. So the middle is there. So if we line that up, then that is a total of 635. Okay, and wherever the middle of that is, it needs to line up to that. So 280 on that side, 245 on that side, which means that's not an entirely single edge. So wherever the midpoint of that is, it needs to move instead. So that's 262.5. 262.5, there we go. So that's now exactly in the middle. Means that needs to move to there. So that's 35. And that should be 0. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and that should be 35. 40. Oh, okay. So that should be 5 centimeters longer. Okay. It's easier if I extend it that way. And then move the whole thing by 2.5. Right, and then line that one up. Okay, now it's in the middle. So we have enough room for a wall panel with a curved bottom. We've got the cavity around the stairs themselves, and enough room for a balustrade. I'm not sure we're going to need central cavity there. Maybe. Actually, yeah, because if I do a curved railing there and a curved railing that goes all the way around, then that can meet the one going down. Yeah, I'll do that. Right, and then we need doors there for engineering. course, I moved the entire block rather than just the stairs. There will be glass railings around the main stairwell, but not in engineering. Probably just this one. But we'll reserve the heavy glass for like an area that we want to be visually stunning. This is kind of like the feature staircase in the middle of the ship. This whole section at the back here is just all engineering space, so it doesn't need to be pretty. But yeah, this is like the main feature. So as you exit the shuttle bay, literally the first thing you encounter is going to be the grand stairwell. See you, Caltech. Have a good one. So yeah, so you go through this corridor here, and you're greeted immediately with a grand stairwell. And floor windows. Just to be weird. So they need to line up with where our cut line's going to be. Through there. As do the ones above. Group them together like the ones below. Okay, starting to see a shuttle bay. I guess we'll put some windows in here actually. So just as you're traversing the engineering stairwell, at least there's kind of like a porthole or something where you can see the shuttle bay from. Then if need be, I guess we do have exactly enough space there for a maintenance hatch if we had a gantry here. See how we're doing for wall space. Actually, something else we can do is, because we've got this partitioned corridor coming down here, we're putting a bulkhead everywhere that there's a join between the blocks. That means we have this completely isolated section here, which we could use as an airlock, because it's literally just going from the ship to the shuttle bay. So that's kind of like the perfect place for an airlock. Seems like a reasonable place to have one. I think I'm going to make this section here into a component so that we can work on both sides at the same time. give it a reference point. So we can delete those ones. Copy that over. Line that up exactly. They should be exactly mirrored now. So work on one side, work on both sides all at once. I'll do the same on this side as well, I think. Group it up, make it a component. Join? No, it's not a join. I can go all the way over then. One, however, is a join, so that can only go halfway. Yeah, we've actually been around longer than the other Star Sim game. But we didn't think it worth mentioning. We had no desire to rain on their parade. We're all just one big happy space sim family. I think what I'll do with this, because again I want to have storage tanks under here, and then we need to have actual hardware, like pump and chiller hardware for that. I think I'm going to put the pump hardware along the middle, because obviously it's pumping those fuels to the RCS thrusters, both the forward and aft ones. So it makes sense to have the pump in the middle. But on the return, if we put the chillers at the back, then they can go over here and just have the pipes under the floor, which means we don't need to interfere with our access down there. But I do think that does mean that needs to come over a bit, so maybe limit our landing to there, maybe even a bit less than that. Yeah, I reckon halfway between those two frames. Gives us a large enough landing area to be able to step down and get onto this this platform through here, and then we can have it come round and have stairs down here, and then maybe have the hardware located on this side. Ah, it's already exactly 100. That's useful. Which means that would be there. If we come down a bit steeper than that, maybe bring that one down to there. Although we do kind of need to pay attention to the outer skin. I wonder if I can do that automatically. So if we copy that from there to there, divided by 5, divided by 6. Yeah, more like that. That gives us a standing area that is 1.5 meters wide, which should be wide enough. To be honest, we might even be able to get underneath it as well. Ooh, almost 175. Not quite. See you, Binary. Have a good one. If we do this, it gives us a 2-inch clearance there, which means that's more than enough to put a step on there. That's where the internal skin's going to run. That's the outer edge of the internal skin, so we've got enough room to put a step on it. They don't need to be all the way out there. Okay, that works. Right, that gives us more space down the bottom now, to the tune of exactly 1.5 meters. So that's more than enough really for a bit of engineering access. Tanks are going to be too big to fit underneath there, but we can certainly have some piece of hardware under the floor there that you can access from this side. And maybe something here as well, although all the RCS hardware is going to be here, so we'll need access to that as well from this side. It's kind of useful actually having two levels of access, because obviously that's the midpoint of the RCS hardware there. So to get to the upper section, we'll probably need some stairs up as well. We'll see where we go with that in terms of what kind of gantry access we need. That can curve around anyway, so if we need like an upper gantry there, then we can just stop this a bit shorter and have it come at an angle. But we probably will have that come across at a diagonal with kind of visible struts and things. Not yet, Delta, not yet. Okay, when it comes to this bit, we're going to have to continue the curve around there. So I think what I'll do is I'll measure where we are with our width. In fact, we can do that now, can't we? So we grab that. So I'm treating this as our absolute minimum width, which just about fits in there. So we should have a similar story here as well. So if we do 5 from there, and that should line up to that. So if I've measured this right, that gap should be 10. Which it is 10 exactly. Yay me. So the idea with why I've measured this the way I have is to give us breathing room along the edges of the walls, so that we can have our 5 centimeter bracing strip, which is going to be on the edge of pretty much everything, and then enough room for like a handrail without it encroaching on the actual walking space. So we can have like an inch thick attachment point, something like that, and then maybe an inch thick handrail. Something like that. And of course, that would have to be above the level of the floor, so think now. So if we were going to treat these like they were welded in after the fact, then the floor would be up to there, which means really all of these have to come up a bit further than that to take into account the thickness of the floor panel. So the height of the railing would be about there. So if that was our handrail, that would be there. So that would attach to whatever's sticking out the frame there. And then of course we'd need an equal of that on the other side as well. And that should line up to there, although it can actually come out as far as the edge. So if we were to put that there, flip it on the other side. Line that up to there. Yeah, so we need a railing that was attached somewhere to this bulkhead here. Either via that edge or maybe straight. I don't know, I'll have a look once we come to do it. I just copy that into that group a minute. We'd have something like that. Is that not a component? No, it's not. Well, I reckon it should be. So let's component that up. Copy it over there. Flip it round. So we line that up to there. Cut it out for a sec. Get rid of that. Replace it with that one. Then we've got a nice mirrored section we can work with. Okay, so we've got gas tanks and things in here for sickbay. And then we've got bigger tanks on here for the RCS. In fact, let's get those tanks in so that we can see what we're dealing with. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. Forgot I made these unnecessarily high poly. Okay, yeah, so they definitely need making not so big. Although they can stretch all the way to there, I reckon. So I think I only left 5 centimeters there, which we can do here as well. Kind of gives us something like that. And then, to be honest, if we make a copy of that, we can give that an edge. And we'll have the same curve on the other side as well. In fact, I probably should have done that first, really, but never mind. and they just need to join up with the underlying geometry of what will become the frame. Basically, that gives us our absolute upper limit for the size of those tanks that go into there. We definitely need two because we need one for fuel and one for coolant. Yeah, you can have arched doors. You just have like an arched frame. But have the doors be square, but have the frame that they slot into be arched. If that makes sense. See you, Cupcake. Have a good one. The tanks do need to be round because they'll be pressurized. They're holding liquid helium in at least one instance, and probably liquid argon in the other. So yeah, they do need to be relatively structurally sound. Right, so if our maximum size can probably be a bit bigger that way. So definitely no more than 175 wide. Which would take us to there. So that's 175 to there. 175 to there. So something like that. Give a little bit of breathing room for brackets and such. Quite snug, but they fit in there quite nicely. I think the width is more of a limiting factor than the height. So that gives us bottom of there. Yeah, definitely, AJ. This is the kind of the feel I want to get from this. Is, you know, we really want it to feel like you are, you know, crawling through crawl spaces and really having to get down under stuff. It's a small ship. Everything's really tightly packed. So, you know, things like storage tanks are going to be really sort of tightly packed in there. Also, it's worth noting that they are restricted to the joins of the framework blocks. So during the ship's construction, they would just be slid in and then obviously sealed up once the ship's built around them. Yeah, put them as part of that group there. And they should appear on both sides. And we'll give them a different colour to make them stand out a bit for now. In fact, why don't we colorize them according to their use? So if we say, I don't know, that one could be argon, and then that one could be helium. Although, if we were to split this into 4 tanks, we could have 3 argon tanks and only 1 helium tank, because the liquid helium is just coolant. So we don't need anywhere near as much coolant as we do fuel. So it's kind of a waste to have like an unusually large tank there. So make sure that that's grouped up. Grouped up, and we'll make them components just for good measure. Something more like that, maybe. Yeah, never say never, Delta. I mean, we're going to be storing liquid argon and then liquid helium-4. So, yeah, they're going to be very pressurized containers. And if they are allowed to outgas, then, yeah, things will go pop. Although they'll have burst valves, and they're right next to the outer hull. So there will be like burst discs on the outside. So if the tanks overpressurize, then they'll just vent into space, and then you'll lose all of your fuel, which would be inconvenient but not explosive. Yeah, so someone who's maxed out in their engineering experience will simply just be very, very good at their job with minimal losses in quality when you repair stuff. The upgrade path, as AJ points out, is going to be finding and researching new material science. So your 3D print a replacement which is better than the original via unlocking a new material. Yep, no reason why not, Velvet. The way that the sublight engines are going to work in this is that the RCS thrusters will provide an actual impulse around the center of mass. So it's not going to be an arbitrary, you press a button and the ship turns. It's going to be you press a button and the RCS thrusters will actually provide thrust. So if one of the RCS is broken, then you will have an offset thrust and the ship won't fly straight. Similarly, if we have one of these tanks venting, then we can very easily apply an impulse in that vector, which will make the ship start turning. Very doable. Okay, so I think we'll use this space here for our pump hardware, which means our maintenance access needs to curl around there, and then we'll have stairs down into this section. And I suppose if we have that same height there, just 2.5. We'll curve these edges as well for good measure. To be honest, we might be able to do that with these. Let's give it a whirl. Save extruding it and redoing the curves. If we copy them up there, and then we flip them on their head, and then we can just pop them down on there like that. You know what? I think we'll take it. That's the path again of the inner outer skin. So we are, well, I suppose that needs to be slightly above that, doesn't it? Just to be awkward. Which means really that, that, that. Oh. Deselected it by mistake. So that. That, and that curve. They need to be at least 2.5 up, if not further. Which means that tank needs to be ever so slightly smaller. Find the perpendicular vector for that. There we go. Yeah, so in an ideal world, the curve needs to intersect with that. That gives us a clearance around the sheet of metal which will be coming through here. Let's join that up a minute. basically that needs to be more like there. Which means they need to be a bit smaller, just to fit that gap a little bit more. And then, oh, lost the camera. And then yeah, so when we join that sheet up there, that's going to maintain the same 5 centimeter gap there that we have here, so that they are consistent. Means that the floor height would have to be here for the sake of that. So that's a height difference of about 1 meter. So we're going to have steps that come down into there by about 1 meter. I'm not sure how much of that curve actually needs to be there, to be honest. It's above it. Do we have a room up there? Oh yeah, we do. See, the temptation would be to not have that curve, but it's kind of needed as support for the room above. We've got that support structure there, and that's holding up the engineering space, which is going to be above from there. Yeah, so means that these guys need to come out all the way to there, plus another 5. So there, plus another 5. Yeah, so maintenance access is going to have to be down there. And that is a headroom of 1.8 meters. We're really approaching the limits of character height there. So I might drop that floor down a bit further. Make it 2 meters clearance. Then we can definitely get the character under there without having to crouch. Okay, so that has to come out of there, and then if we borrow that edge, we can pop that out 5 units, and then pop that on there. Complete that edge. Okay, so that's the top section of the deck, which means that's our absolute cavity. And then we'll cut holes in this. We also need to cut a hole for those stairs, don't we? This side needs the same component treatment, so we'll component that up, copy it over, flip it around, line that up precisely to the cut that, delete that, paste it back in, and then we should be good to go. What happened there? That should be lined up to that. Like it. For the sake of efficiency, I'm not having to do that twice. I'm going to cut this bit in half. And delete that part of it. Okay, make that a component. Copy it over there. Flip it round. Now we don't have to do that bit again. So I'm assuming that the sheet metal bit on top is probably wrong. I know that bit's right. Apart from that bit, that's right. Right-ish, because it doesn't come out far enough. Hang on, where's our join? There. I think I'll delete that, and then we shall use that instead. So hopefully you can see like how the structural framework works. It's basically a series of box sections. So you've got all these box sections here, and they're all sealed up with just flat sheet metal above and below to form that structural shape, that rigid surface. And then we just obviously extend that down into the walls, and there you have rooms. Probably get a way of having those stick out a bit, because they don't need to be all the way snug to there. Because it depends on how much rounding we're going to do on them. So if we have them come out say 30. Just give us that kind of profile. To be honest, they probably can stay that size, because as much as this bit here needs that clearance, we don't need it here. So we can have like a cradle that is actually protruding into there, and then have that all the way along, so they're actually resting in a cradle, and have a similar opposing one on the top, which is holding them in place. And then in terms of ceiling clearance, so we know we definitely need 5 centimeters there. And then the absolute minimum height that could be would be 200. To support the height of the character, the height of a typical Unreal character. That would be where the floor level goes. Thank you, Firstus. I have a bag of salt and vinegar twirls waiting for me. These are my addiction at the moment. Salt and vinegar twirls. They're like £1 in Tesco's, but really nice. That's the sort of thing I do, Max. It's kind of a running joke around here that if there is a shard of glass on the floor somewhere, it is guaranteed that I'll be the one to find it. Why wasn't that? That should be a green edge because it's parallel to that green edge, but it doesn't want to be, so I'll ignore it. Now it is. Just a SketchUp bug. So our stairs down will have to be here. And then we'll have that platform extending through to there. And I guess we'll have the hardware mounted probably on the side here because we've got that curve of the hull kind of in our way. So if we make maybe a platform across, then that can be our hardware platform. Maybe from there. Hang on, where's our height? That's there. We'll go from there. So if we were to have a platform which is 1 meter wide at its narrowest point, and obviously that gets wider as we go down. Of course, they're not going to line up, are they? Because why would they? So I'm guessing that's not quite on the same vertical offset. So if I pick an arbitrary one, how much higher than that is that? So that's 1 centimeter. Higher or lower? difficult to see at that range, especially when the camera's stuck in the wall. Looks like it's lower. Okay, so we start from maybe there. So that comes out half a meter to there. And exactly a meter to there. And join that up there. Line that up with that one. Right, so that would become our platform that we put all the hardware on. That gives us a let's work out what our vertical spacing is. That gives us just over 2 meters, so that's fine. That's more than enough in terms of a walkway down the middle there. And then we'll have our, which end are we? Yeah, this is the pump end. So we'll have our pump hardware mounted in this space. And there'll be cavities through here, so you'll be able to see it as you walk past. To be honest, that given that that's 2 meters there, and we only have 1.5 there, yeah. So that is 1.4. So if we take a copy of that, we may as well copy the whole thing. That there a minute. Yeah, so that's our walkway. Have more than enough space for, then we can have that come out maybe another 0.5 meter. Thanks guys. Let me fire that up on another tab a minute. Do we have a T minus count on that yet? Yeah, 44 minutes. I'm going to stick this on my other screen. Right, so that's our access profile for there. Then we would need to take that. obviously this is going to curve around here, so this section's going to be quite a bit wider. I imagine what we'll do is probably have it so that yeah, we'll have that as our staircase down, and then we'll just have that come across. What kind of angle are we looking at there? So that's 30 odd degrees. That's not a terrible staircase. Doesn't need to be that steep though. We could actually make it a little bit narrow, smoother coming down. We'll have a look, see what it looks like once it's done. Yeah, we're going to have limited headroom basically from there, because if I recall, once we put the lid on it, that's going to yeah, that's going to come up to there. So yeah, so we're going to have maximum headroom here, but obviously limited headroom down there. It's definitely going to be a very squeezy thing. Wow. Don't know if anyone else is watching the Starship stream, but it's venting like crazy. Like, what on earth? Don't think I've ever seen it vent that much. Mad. Yeah, it's definitely worth watching. You know, as Elon has been known to say, excitement is guaranteed one way or another. Whether it succeeds or fails, it's going to be exciting either way. We've yet to see Starship complete a full mission profile. It's done bits of a mission profile admirably, but never the full thing, so a double landing would be awesome. Yeah, sorry. Can't remember how big the chillers are on the Magellan. I think they were fairly big. I mean, we go like a meter, maybe 75, something like that. I mean, that's. I think ultimately this is more space than we need for the pump hardware. So we could even have the pump hardware round the other way. To be honest, that might even be better. If we were to move that back a bit. Let's make that a group so we don't start messing things up. And then we could then just spin that round a minute. So you get to use your imagination a bit. Say that's the pump hardware there. What's the camera? Yeah, so if we did that, we don't necessarily need that there. So we could make a wider platform at the bottom and have both sets of pumps accessible from there. And then we can put the pipe work from the tanks straight into the pumps, and then use this wall space for piping instead. Which means we can extend that to about there. That gives us a wider staircase, at least on the way down. Yeah, and then we can have all the valves and things along here. I don't know. I shall play with all of that once we start modelling it properly. And then at this end, of course, we need the opposite of that. So, yeah, so these three are over too far, so they can go back there. I suppose that one doesn't need to go all the way across either, so because that's another join line there, so that can stay like that, which means, oh yeah, that was our way in, wasn't it? So we need the chillers for those. I'm guessing probably would be better off there. I am indeed. Now actually, so I was going to have steps down from this room here, but in hindsight I can't, because obviously the tanks are underneath and they're very, very tight, so we can't cut a hole in the floor for steps, so it means the steps have to come down from this side, which is a shame, but unavoidable. So the midpoint would be there. So 40, 20, that's our standard step. Us down to there, maybe one more. Two inches short. I think we'll just extend that down accordingly. In fact, if I Gives us our height. So that's a step height of 20.8, which is close enough to a domestic step. The issue, however, is we don't have a lot in the way of clearance. So in an ideal world, we're going to leave 40 for the bottom step and then a minimum of 200 for the landing area. So that puts that there. Pushes that outward that way. Which is not terrible, to be honest. Or, oh no, I can't. Just thinking because of the headroom, you might be able to actually extend over there and have the stairs come down the back end instead. But we're kind of tapering to a point here, so we're going to run out of room if we do that. That's now shuttle bay, so there's no roof there anymore. Yeah, we're really going to struggle with, like, where do we put the chillers in such a position where we can actually get to them for the sake of maintenance? I mean, that kind of has to be like that for our stairs down. But let's extrude that out just to make sure we don't forget that fact. Extrude edges by vector. That's what we want. So we want to go, say, 100 that way. And then 100 that way. So that puts the entrance door kind of in the middle. We could potentially move it over, although I'm not sure how that would benefit us. Yeah, so there will be, so all of this section, like all of this, including all of this, is all part of engineering. So you can't get to any of this from the main crew area without going through secure engineering hatches. Yeah, potentially, AJ. That might be the solution to it. These particular chillers, and there needs to be a mirrored set on the other side. These are only for these tanks. So as these tanks are degassing, we're condensing that gas back into either liquid helium or liquid argon. And indeed, with the coolant loop, with the helium, obviously as that coolant gets used, we need to recondense it back to liquid form again. The main tanks for the ship, which will be underneath here, they will have their own chillers, so there'll be bigger chillers under there. Now obviously we can pipe the pipe work or wherever we want to pipe it. That's not the issue. So yeah, having them along this wall here just seems to be the best place for them, I think. Yeah. These don't use compressors, they use magnetic refrigeration. It's weird how it works. I can't remember the exact science behind it, but as you charge and uncharge an electromagnet, it creates a heat offset in the negative. So you can flow gas around the head essentially inside the device, and it cools that down to pretty much absolute zero. So magnetic refrigeration is like one of the only ways of cooling something down to like, you know, single digit Kelvin. Hang on. Post a link. The magnetocalorific effect. Oh yeah, so it required a specific alloy, so gadolinium alloy. It says it heats up inside the magnetic field and loses thermal energy to the environment, so it exits the field and becomes cooler than when it entered. So it's a way of massively cooling something. But yes, so I think that does still require some form of heat exchanger. So we'll have to pump that excess heat somewhere. A lot of this stuff is, however, adjacent to the outer hull, so we do have scope for external heat sinks and things. Tee. So what if we remove a couple of steps, and then how much space do we have there? So that gives us almost 3 meters there. Technically we only need, so if we say 1 meter for the chillers, that gives us 1.9, or we do it the other way. Maybe we go 140 away from there to give us the walkway. It gives us 1.5 for what would be like a hardware tray, essentially. maybe extend that to there. Add that to the group a minute, just so that we're all mirrored up on both sides. Right, yeah, then if we just kind of arbitrarily extrude out a couple of chillers. I don't know, something like that. So let's make them funky yellow. Okay, so we do it this way. Obviously we need to measure our clearance here, because that is going to, it's going to curve around a bit, so we won't have an exact straight line there, but we make it straight for now. And maybe move the stairs to the middle just for nicety's sake. That gives us that kind of arrangement, which I think that works. So we'll have all the pipe work obviously coming out underneath there, and if we do this in such a way where bring that around like that. Oops, no, I don't want to make it a component. Then we've got that kind of visible hardware and componentry and everything, and it's all nice and like in the player's view. It's not hidden behind stuff. So that becomes more of a like a maintenance walkway then, with sort of midriff hardware. And then again, that's where the RCS hardware is going to go, so we'll need to have access around that. So again, we'll probably diagonal the wall in the shuttle bay just to make sure we've got a gantry that goes all the way around there. This is the midway point here. So yeah, so at a guess, I think I'll move all this over, but let's just model it out a minute just so we can see. So we'd need something like this. And obviously that would go across there. So if we move all of that way a bit. Still plenty of room there. That would kind of go across a bit like that. And they'd move across a bit like that. Okay, so the RCS hardware would obviously actually probably take up more space than that. So let's say something more akin to that. Again, this is very rough. So all the RCS gubbins lives in there. You have access around it with a maintenance platform. This is exactly in the middle of the hull, so you have equal access above and below. And then we have a nice little interesting sunken platform here with the chillers. All the pipe work just wraps around everything. You'll be able to see down there to see what's going on with that. And then obviously a similar arrangement on this side where you get down to the pump hardware on that side, and all the pipes and cables then come out and basically snake along the walls with the walkway in between. These will be cavities all the way down here and all the way across here. So we'll have holes cut through. I extruded this one just to kind of get an idea for where the actual edge is going to go. Oh, my YouTube just crashed. Hopefully I'm still live. Yeah, so this is the secondary skin. So this is the inner outer hull, and that forms the outer hull cavity in there. So all the insulation material and such still goes in there. We'll cut our usual holes in that so that we can see everything behind it, and then we'll use this cavity for running all the pipes and things that we need for the RCS. And indeed the weapons, because they'll be there too. Don't know what the camera's stuck in. And which end is it? Yeah, so the weapons will be probably here. So this cavity either will have a ball turret on the side or a turret on top. I'm kind of tempted to go with a side mounted turret because a side-mounted turret has a lot more degrees of visibility. And then we only need the one rather than the one above and one below. So if we had a ball turret on the side, then things like the magazine loading equipment can be along this wall. Looks like Starship has scrubbed. I don't know if anyone mentioned that earlier. Sorry if I missed it. But yes, Starship is not launching. So I shan't stay on and watch it not launch. That must have been what all that venting was. Okay. Yeah, I think this arrangement makes sense. I think having the access from engineering down there makes more sense as well, because that does mean that we are now, well, 6 meters. What is it? 6 meters or is it 3.5? Hang on, let's measure it. 4.5 meters. So we're 4.5 meters wider each side of the shuttle bay, so that's pretty good. The shuttle bay has become much bigger, which means we now have way more than enough storage for at least 2 shuttles, maybe more. We've got a nice central landing strip coming into the shuttle bay. We'll have lift access down into the cargo hold underneath, which is what all this is going to be. Well, some of it at least. Some of it's engineering, some of it's cargo hold. Yeah. Progress. So I shall leave it there. and wish you adieu until Wednesday's stream. So have a great week ahead, everyone. And yeah, I shall see you on the next one, where we'll either be doing this or we'll be doing whatever you guys vote for in our usual Wednesday poll. So have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you on Wednesday. Bye for now.